euro per capire, vede, quelli degli Emirati sono tutti poliziotti. So, we will have this morning the Italian State Police, the scientific police. The two experts here today are Dr. Elisabetta Mei, Dr. Stefano Vernarecci. They will be with you for the next 4 hours until 4 p.m. They bring also some instrumentation, so you will have a theoretical part and then a practical part at the end of the lecture. I want to thank Stefano and Elisabetta for joining us and coming, and I leave them the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. So good morning. I'm Stefano Vernarecci, and Elisabetta Mei is my colleague. We are experts from the Forensic Genetic Lab and Fingerprint Lab of the Italian National Police Forensic Police Service, which is located in Rome. Basically, this service, our institute, is organized inside the Central Directorate for Scientific Police and Cybercrime Security. This is recently, last year, was created this new institute, joining the two technological center of the Italian National Police, Forensic Science Police, and Cybercrime Security Police. They were joined together. So basically, this directorate that is inside the Ministry of Interior, Italian Ministry of Interior, is organized in 4 services. One is for General Affairs, one is Forensic Science Police Service, the other is the Communication and Cybersecurity Service, and the last is Cybersecurity for Ministry of Interior. Basically, the Forensic Science Police Service do many activities. Of course, his main business, main activity is the forensic part, forensic assessment. So it assists the judicial authority in forensic case work in the Italian country. Also, the Forensic Science Police Service has many international relationships, of course, with the other institute, European and American, for example, Institute of Forensic Field, but also has many relationship with the academic institutes, Italian academic institutes. So if you look at the country, Italian country, you will see that the Forensic Science Police Service that is located in Rome, near here, very near here, has also a capillary, dispersed organization. Many offices are in the country, and basically we have 14 regional centers of police, scientific police, forensic police, and 92 provincial centers. Also, there are other small offices. Okay, all of these, especially the 14 regional offices, have the similar organization of the Forensic Science Police Service that is located in Rome. Here also you can see all the offices that are dispersed in the countryside, Italian countryside. So basically the choice of the Forensic Science Police Service was to be present in the space. So if something happened, someone could have rapid activities to answer in a really rapidly. The Forensic Science Police Service is composed by around 3,000 persons, less than 3,000 people, and most of them are technical technical officer, so biologists, of course, chemist, also medical examiner, engineer, electronic and informatic engineer, and also many people that are working every day when something happens and is required the activity of Forensic Science Police Service. So, the Forensic Science Police Service that is in Rome is organized in 5 divisions. The first is the part that is organizing the activity. So basically, they manage economic resources, funds, training, and so on. The second division, which belongs Elisabetta, is working in this section that is latent fingerprints. So the second division basically is deputed to help to do activities in the field of identity. So preventive identity and judicial identity. Also, the second division is in the second division is settled the AFIS, that is the fingerprint database, automated fingerprint index system, is based in this division. The third division is another technical division, and basically the activity done by this division are related with the chemical assessment. So the section are drugs, investigation of explosive and flammables, forensic commodity investigation, graphic identity, and false document, fake document. The fourth division is deputed to electronic investigation, ballistic, gunshot residues, and virtual reality. Especially this section is a new one and was created a few years ago just to help the prosecutor, the Italian prosecutor, and also the judge. When a casework arrives to the court, the virtual reality section takes all the data that arrives from all the technical investigation, and try to put them together with a multimedia reconstruction that can help to the prosecutor and the judge to understand how the things were done. For example, a murderer or something like that, they use all the data arriving from drugs, forensic genetic, fingerprints. They put them together, and I have a video about this. I would like to show you something that is really useful for the judge and especially for the prosecutor to understand the many activity, the results of the many activity that were done. The fifth division is composed of the Forensic Genetic Lab. We have in Rome 2 labs. They are twins lab, but have a different territorial organization. And then there is also an section, an office that is deputy to upload the genetic profile that are obtained by a casework on the Italian DNA national database. Finally, there is a section that is deputy to do activities in case of disaster victim, when there is a mass disaster and the victim must be identified. So this is our organization.
Sorry.
Okay, is it similar? Okay.
Sorry.
Yes.
How many labs there are in Massive division. 2 or 5? I don't listen 5.
Two lab that makes assessment of forensic genetics. Then the other two sections, thank you for your question. The other two sections are, one is just to upload and to manage the match. You know, the Italian DNA national database was launched in 2017. It was the last in Europe. We were the last in Europe to organize our DNA database, but the results that are arriving now are huge, massive, because each database in Europe, or at least for the country that made adhesion to the Prüm Treaty, that is an agreement by most of states of Europe, where they share in real time their database. That means if I upload a profile, a genetic profile, a known genetic profile in Rome, maybe in the real time in Germany, that could be a match from this genetic profile and a crime that was committed in Germany. Okay, this is very important, and the amount of match is increasing day by day. Okay. Okay, another things that the Forensic Science Police Service, of course, does is is an international relationship, of course. We are part of this MC network. What is the MC network? Is the European network. Okay. Is the European Network of Forensic Science Institute. This EMSI network is really important because it is a network for each field of forensic science. So, for example, forensic genetic, fingerprints, but also drugs, gunshot residues, and holes. There are many working groups that are making recommendation, study about that field. So to be part of this network is really important to be always update and to be in contact with most of the with elite of forensic science at international level. Consider that the European Union produce many projects about forensic science, and EMSI is usually taking part of this project and disseminating funds also for training, for organization, for implementation of all the institute. It's really important to be part of this network. Okay, I'm going to show you a video that is a media video. Is so nothing didactic, just media, but maybe it can be funny. Okay. No, I think it's not working. Let's see the next. No, sorry. L'unico che non devo vedere. Ok. No, questo dovrebbe essere. Vediamoci com'è questo. Eccolo. Vedi, questa funziona bene. Adesso così allarga.
Vado a entrare in presentazione.
So io. No, ma non parte. Oh, seems a problem this video. Sorry. Come chiudo questo?
La diapositiva prima e fare presentazione.
Ok.
Se questo lo stringi, ecco.
Ma non fa partire.
Vedi, andrebbe avanti.
No, perché sto andando avanti la registrazione, ma non la diapositiva. La prima era partito il video, non riesco a capire perché non parte. Guarda, vediamo se parte così. No, non c'è il link di YouTube. Vediamo se parte così, ce lo vediamo così. Ok.
Ecco.
So you can see here, this is what I was explaining later, before. Perché stanno qua? Sai come faccio a tornare?
A vedere se ce l'hai sotto la... Se... No.
E qui non parte, vedi, non me la fa partire. Ok, the video is not working. I was thinking to show you.
Stefano, prova a
Sì.
cambiare l'impostazione di visualizzazione in
Come
alto.
faccio? Allora, io... Ok. Inverti, duplica? No.
E inverti visualizzazione relatore e presentazione, fammi vedere. Prova a vedere adesso.
Però non mi fa partire... Ok. Ah. Ok, sorry. Thank you.
E rinvertilo a questo punto.
Ah, lo vedono.
Sì,
Ok,
però
ok.
è diverso. Adesso si vede.
Okay, thank you. So I was explaining you before that this when this is a crime scene, when the new approach is to take all the data, all the possible data during the analysis of crime scene. And you can see, for example, that with it's possible to take a spatial reconstruction of the entire space for the entire scene, and to join, for example, many picture, video, analysis result. So the entire document that is produced can be very useful, for example, to understand the dynamic of the event, the crime event. So this is a 3D reconstruction. If you look at this number, they are basically some evidences. Okay. In this way, you can imagine that this file of this kind can help really a prosecutor or a judge that need to understand exactly what happened. If you, for example, join the result of the forensic genetic result of this swab that is taken from these traces, then you will understand more clearly the dynamic of the crime. This is basically the point. look, it's easy, no? To understand in the space. It helps, for sure. Dopo questo che facciamo? Iniziamo un pronto? Come preferisci? Io non so quanto tempo, però diciamo che se c'è da poi da riempire, posso riempire. Ok. Okay, so of course you can understand that technology plays a great part in our activity because we need to be updated. We need to have, if possible, always the best technologies on the field. But it's important to know that in the last decades, the technologies has improved a lot, and also now there is a market about the technology that are used in the forensic field because many companies have started to produce instrument dedicated to the forensic that helps the activity of the forensic science police service because it's possible also to collaborate with companies to be updated and create to have solution for our needs, basically. Of course, these technologies has a price. Of course, they are very expensive most of the time, so it's a balance between what you will do and what you can do, of course. Anyway, so this general presentation is finished. We can start with the fingerprint part. Elisabetta is going to tell you about her job, her activity. Ah, aspetta, ha fatto me, ha fatto la cartella.
Okay, I don't speak English so fluently, so I will read the slide. If you have some question, I can answer to you with Stefano that helps me. Okay.
I'll do my best, but
Okay. Now we can enter in the fingerprint detection laboratories. We have one laboratory in Rome, and the laboratory deals with technical investigations and coordination of other laboratories. In all the country, we have 13 laboratories, and they are distributed throughout the country and deal with technical investigations in their area of competence. All laboratories are accredited to ISO IEC 16015. It is an international reference for testing laboratories wanting to demonstrate their capacity to deliver reliable results. This enables laboratories to demonstrate that they operate competently and generate valid results, thereby promoting confidence in their work both nationally and around the world. It also helps facilitate cooperation between laboratories and other bodies by generating wider acceptance of results between countries. We have this ISO-IEC 16055 because we need to ensure accuracy in DNA and fingerprint data exchanges in Europe. With the Prüm Treaty, there was an initiative aims to step up cross-border cooperation, particularly for combating terrorism and cross-border crime. The initiative deals with the exchange of biometrics data, fingerprint and DNA. After this treaty, there were council decisions, in particular the 905 decision focused on accreditation of forensic service providers. Of forensic service providers carrying out laboratory activities. For this reason, we are accredited to ISO-IEC 16055. In these slides, we know something about fingerprints because the examination and handling of forensic evidence in the context of chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear incidents presents multifaceted challenges. So this presentation describes the characteristics of fingerprint and possible detection techniques to understand the potential impact of these agents on recovery, preservation, and analysis of evidence. Marks left by fingers for identification purpose for many years. Once a finger mark has been created and then recovered from an item, it can be a powerful means of identifying a potential offender. Particular physical and chemical properties of an individual fingers, as well as the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet, are important in the process of creating and subsequently visualizing marks. The anatomy and the physiology of the friction-rich skin are the basis of 4 elements that underlie the examination process. The outer morphology of the friction-rich skin is a direct reflection of its function. To increase the ability to grip things by increasing friction between the skin and the surface with which it makes contact. The ridge and the sweet pores allows this on the hands and feet. The fingerprint consists of characteristic patterns formed by lines separated by space, corresponding to ridge, the lines, and furrows, the space, on the epidermis. The ridge details form patterns on the surface of the skin, which are unique to each individual and have been exploited extensively in human forensic identification. This is the composition of the suite. Latent finger marks consist of a composite of organic and inorganic compounds, water, amino acid, proteins, fatty acid, salts, metal ions, esters, glycerides. The composition is a significant aspect to identify the most appropriate chemical physical treatment to detect. As time passes, the impression loses its various components in this order: water, mineral salts, amino acid, and only much later the fat. The secretion of latent papillary impressions is generated directly by actin switch glands present on the palms of the hands and soles of feet, indirectly by substances secreted by sebaceous and apocrine switch glands present on other parts of the body. This slide presents the variability of the finger mark composition. We have a first transfer, and we have an initial composition of the finger mark, and then with the time we have elapsed of time, and we arrive to an aged composition. In the first transfer, the influence factor are donor characteristic like diet, age, gender, the nature of the substrate, and the deposition conditions like pressure, contact duration. Then the finger marks are influenced from nature of the substrate, environmental conditions, and enhancement technique. Thus, the variability of the age composition is the addition of the variability of the initial composition with the variability of the influence factors occurring over time. Finger marks are created when a finger makes contact with a substrate or surface. Even lightness of touch can create a mark that has the potential to be visualized and then used for identification of the donor. In order for the finger mark to be maximum value for identification purpose, it is necessary for as much as possible of pattern on the skin to be transferred to the substrate when the contact is made. Maximum information might be provided if the initial arrangement of a number of marks created at the same time in a single movement is available, giving a clear indication of the way the ends were applied to the substrate, for instance, in handling a weapon. This will also help to identify which finger created a particular mark, for example, forefinger or thumb from the left on the right hand. Sorry. Much less information might be available if the ridge detail has been transferred from only a part of the finger, or if a smudged mark is created through the indistinct placement of the finger in the surface. These marks might still be of value either for their intrinsic finger mark evidence or the surface or other forensic information, for example, DNA swabbing. This is the way in which can be generate a finger mark. The properties of the substrate or surface on which a finger mark might be left can affect the quality of the mark and influence the ability to recover usable evidence. It is important the texture, the ruggedness of the substrate, and in particular the size and the distribution of the texture features. Then elasticity of the substrate, because this determines if any deformation of the substrate that might occur is recovered or permanent. The rigidity of surface is the ability of the substrate to resist to deformation. It is important the size and the shape. They can affect the ability to recover usable marks. Because if the mark is too little, it is not usable. Then it is important conditions. The surface can be contaminated, for example, by dust, grease, and blood, or wet. In this case, it is not good for recovery of finger marks.
Può dire qualcosa sulla dimensione delle cose? C'è una piccola...
Questo.
So, for example, not all the items are useful to find some fingerprints, because you need maybe there are many, ci sono slide sui numeri di punti necessari, queste cose qua. Because maybe you need a useful fingerprint to have an identification, and so you need enough space. In Italy, for example, there are a defined number of points of quelli ce l'abbiamo dopo una slide sulla minuzia. Okay. Many points that are required to have an identification. They are 16, 17 points that are we had the picture with the finger marks, and there are needed at least 16, 17 identification points that should be identical to have a confirmation of identity. And so when you have an item like this one, probably, yes, you should reason if it's enough to have a fingerprint or not. Sometimes you will have a partial fingerprint, and maybe it can be useless, for example. Also, of course, you have seen that the surface is really important to have. The proper surface is important to have a proper fingerprint, because, for example, smooth surface like this, hard and smooth, are of course optimal for fingerprints, but for example, texture, of course, is not useful. So the fingerprint, the finding of fingerprints is really tricky activity that requires really a great expertise by the operator that is doing that. Okay.
Okay. Here we can see the variability of finger mark that we can found. We are finger mark. Oops.
Absolutely. Oh. It's my fault, sorry.
We have finger mark visible that can be positive when during the contact between the finger and the substrate. Some material like blood, paint that are on the hand is transferred from the ridge to substrate. Or negative if the substrate conditions is covered in particulate material like dust or a continuous layer of contaminant, the ridge may pick up some material. To be detective, they don't require any chemical treatment, but can be photographed directly. Then we have finger mark from impressions. The generation depends on the deformation of the substrate that are soft. Details of the ridge structure are impressed in the surface. We can imagine a candle. A work candle, we have a soft substrate and the ridge are impressed. For detection, these impressions can also be directly photographed with appropriate oblique or grazing lighting. The last are the latent finger mark. Might be generated by natural handling of an item. They are not visible to the naked eye, formed by natural sweat secretion, sought at the crime scene or on the surface of items by using specific chemical physical detection. This is a timeline to show the investigative process of finger mark. At first, the crime is committed and forensic evidence generated. When the crime was committed, forensic evidence, including finger mark, might have been generated and left at the scene crime. Then there is the police intervention. The crime is identified and police decide whether to process or not. Was developed a strategy for investigation and for the forensic evidence recovery. In this case, we have two possibilities. One is the scene is examined for items with potential evidence, and the items are submitted for the forensic examination in a lab. The other possibility is to do a finger mark recovery plan and work on the scene crime. Forensic evidence may be affected as time passes due to environmental conditions. They must be preserved as far as possible once the case is open. It is important to ensure that forensic evidence is preserved from the earliest intervention. This is like the finger mark evidence recovery plan is inside the forensic evidence recovery plan, general forensic evidence. The plan, our plan have to maximize finger mark evidence recovery from those items or surfaces that are considered to provide the best potential for finger mark evidence in support of the investigation. Depending on circumstances in the police force and particulars of the case, the way in which the plan is developed might vary considerably, stressing the importance of involving competent personnel throughout all stages of investigation. There may be sufficient information in the case about an item, including its composition and history, to enable a plan to be drawn up easily. A more complex scenario will require a more considered plan. A plan for finger mark evidence recovery will almost always need to be drawn up with reference to the recovery of the other forensic evidence types. These are the possibilities, the technical possibilities to revealing a finger mark. We have optical processes. There are monochromatic illumination or multispectral illumination. We can use different waves and we work with fluorescence or reflection. Then we have physical processes, powders, powder suspension or small particle reagent, and at last chemical processes. We use this in the lab. We use chemical reagents like in the vanadium, lipid dyes, ninitrin, physical development, superglue foaming. There is no formula and no single right answer when it comes to planning for optimal finger mark recovery. This is why it is important to understand the finger mark composition and the visualization processes. They are the factors that work on persistence of finger mark. A most important consideration of finger mark evidence recovery in the context of the investigation is whether there is any chance to recovering finger marks from the scene, as time will usually have elapsed since the crime was committed. The first consideration is the generation of the finger mark. So target material, whether a constituent of sweet or source of contamination, like blood. The time elapsed since finger mark was left must be considered. Over time, the watery part of the sweet is lost. Then we have to consider environmental exposure of the item. In particular, it is important to know if it has been wetted or exposed to extreme conditions. The fingerprint could age quickly due to the possibility of its being exposed to conditions that would cause it to dry out. At last, the substrate, and we can have three substrate type, porous, non-porous, or semi-porous. In general, estimating the age of a fingerprint will be a useful tool in an investigation, but this is not currently possible. The age number of variables involved makes it extremely difficult. The variables are the way in which fingerprints are left, the environmental exposure, and the type of the substrate. These represent like finger mark, the position of a finger mark on porous substrate. The porous substrate are like paper, card, raw wood, and they can absorb substance. Immediately after deposition, the substances were transferred to substrate. Several hours after deposition, water-insoluble constituents remaining on the top of the substrate, water-soluble constituents migrate into porous substrate. Several weeks after deposition, there are residual water-insoluble constituent. Amino acid constituent remain close to original deposition point, and there are possible further migration of other constituents like salts or urea. On non-porous substrates like glass, metals, ceramics, or plastics, the substances are not absorbed. The residues remains on the surface and does not penetrate into heat. However, over the time, the physical profile of the residues changes due to the loss of water and other volatile organic constituents. The finger mark residues spreads across the substrates in a manner determined by a number of factors, including the wettability of the substrate, the ability of a liquid to maintain contact with a solid surface. In the figure, we see the substance transferred immediately after deposition, and then several hours after deposition or several weeks after deposition. Above the surface, we have the evaporation of water and of other volatile substances. This slide represents the steps when we have to recover finger mark at the same time. The first things to do is to pick up items. Items within a scene which are movable or easily detached from the structure of the scene can be packaged to transport and then for processing in a laboratory. The benefits of treating item in a controlled environment then need to be offset against the risk of damage or compromising the integrity of the item and any potential forensic evidence. Come? Certo.
This aspect is valid also for most of activities that can be done at the crime scene. For example, also for genetic, when you have an item that can be transported, you should take the entire item like this bottle, because it's important not to do activities on the crime scene where there is the possibility of contamination. Not also, if you think to the crime scene that is on the open field, it can rain, the wind can change our item, the evidences. So it's important to take the entire item, the entire evidence, and bring in the lab where is a protected environment. All the person are wearing appropriate PPE, and so the activity can be done in the better way as possible. Okay, so these things is really important, and is valid also for other activity, also for I don't know, electronic investigation. They are not done on the crime scene directly, but for example, a phone is taken, bring in the lab, and the activity are done in the lab. Grazie. Thank you.
So for the finger mark recovery, we can continues at the sign cream with the detection. Finger mark evidence recovery depends on the ability to create contrast between a finger mark and the substrate on which it was generated. At the scene crime, we can use the powers. In the next slide, we can see how to use different powers. Finally, we must do documentation of the finger mark that are enhanced in a full size, 1:1. Preservation of all forensic evidence taught careful and appropriate handling of items throughout their recovery, storage, and forensic examination is vitally important to prevent actual damage. Poor preservation may result in serious consequences for investigation because evidence may have compromised and therefore questioned later with regard to its reliability. It is important to prevent any contamination from external or alien source, keeping manipulation to a minimum and using appropriate and secure packaging. Pick up objects using ends and textured parts as gripping points to avoid altering or even erasing any finger marks that might be present. This recommendation must be followed scrupulously for non-porous surface because they do not absorb the components, like we see before, of the suite, thus making the mark very labile. Exposure to high humidity may damage the item, and humidity, which could lead to deterioration of the secretion, must be removed prior to storage. If there is liquid inside the item and the closure is not airtight, it must be transferred to another. The storage of the item, which are be subjected to detection, finger mark detection, must be at room temperature, not refrigerated. Finger mark evidence is likely to be preserved if an item is dried slowly at low temperature, rather than speeding up the drying by applying higher temperatures. Porous material like paper or raw wood can be placed directly in a safety bag, for finger mark detection, while non-porous material like plastic, glass, metal, treated wood, painted surface should be placed and possibly secured with a support to prevent the surface of the find from rubbing against the container. The friction created between the surface of an item on which the finger mark has been deposited and its packaging can damage or may completely erase the mark. We do not use fillers in the packaging for the same reason. And any item consisting of a weapon, explosive, or other hazardous material must be secured, and a description how they have secured in accordance with the relevant procedures must be indicated in the package. This is an example of a package. They ensure of a chain of custody of items. Each exhibit must be placed in an individual package with the marking used indicated on each packages. The retrieval operation comprise identification of the exhibits by marking, description of the retrieval method used, and sealing of the packages. This operation must be described in detail when in the search and sales report. Okay. Now I described the first moment of the processing in the scene crime, and now we can become the finger mark detection. The first processes is the optical processes, are valuable tools for visualizing latent fingerprint or marks that have already been subjected to a chemical or physical treatment. Optical processes are generally non-destructive and can be used at many stages of sequential processing route to improve the contrast of existing finger marks and or to facilitate the visualization of additional marks. The successful application of optical treatments for maximized fingerprint recovery depends on these three main factors. One, maximizing information from the finger mark pre or post chemical or physical treatment. Minimizing relative surface effect, which may limit the development of contrast between the substrate and finger mark, and selection of the most effective illumination or irradiation processes. Using the most effective illumination or irradiation treatments, it's important to maximizing finger mark evidence recovery when applying optical processes targeting the finger mark over substrate. These are the factors that we have to consider from the selection of source of illumination. It is important the angle of the incident illumination or irradiation influences what types of reflection are likely to occur from surface of the substrate and the finger mark. We have the wavelength and bandwidth determines the color of the incident radiation and also influences which constituents in the finger mark and substrate can be induced to fluorescence. The diffusion of the source influences how eventually the illumination or irradiation will be distributed across the substrate and finger mark, and the power of the illumination or irradiation, which influences the intensity of the incident light, will need to be optimized to keep maximum discrimination between finger mark and the substrate. Direction of a surface to incident light or radiation may be reflection, specular, diffuse, white scattered, absorption, transition, or the excitation and an emission of radiation of another wavelength, like fluorescence. When we have to choose the color of the light, we use this color circle. The oldest and the simplest of the processes that utilize the color to increase contrast between finger marks and the background is color filtration. Color filtration uses concept of a color wheel based on 3 primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, and their complementary colors, green, orange, and purple, formed by combining the other 2 primary colors. Non lo so, forse vado oltre, può essere interessante.
La riflessione?
Sì.
Che c'è dopo?
Ho queste 2 sulla luce, procedo forse,
Va
se va un
bene.
po' pesante. Faccio.
No,
Ok.
non puoi fare.
Sorry, I'm not if you are interested to this matter because it's a little technical matter about the color that we use when we want contrast the finger mark for the substrate. At the basis of this, we have the absorption and the reflection. We have
black? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Usually do you have black during lesson? Sì, ok, perfetto.
Sorry.
Okay. Possiamo interrompere la registrazione. Grazie, sì, sì, benissimo. Ci siamo a vostra disposizione, quindi stiamo bene. Tanto abbiamo 4 ore, c'è tempo, quindi
Io 20 minuti la facciamo.
voi studenti del master, vigili del fuoco per caso? No.
No, scuola di medicina.
Ah, Rieti?
Sì.
Ok.
Io e lui.
Avete avuto le nostre colleghe settimana scorsa?
Sì.
Il corso informativo? Sì. Sì.
C'è stato anche un po' di casino a questo punto.
No, ditemi.
No, legato al fatto che
È il primo corso, non si sapeva, abilitativo o non abilitativo. Sì, è un po' strano è stato. E sarà abilitativo o no?
Anche le iscrizioni sono arrivate tutte a ridosso.
Sarà abilitativo o no?
Questo sarà abilitativo.
Ah, abilitativo.
Solo abilitativo, non qualificativo.
Ah, ok.
Loro volevano
Poi,
No, non era arrivata la comunicazione che non avrebbe, diciamo, dato la qualificazione
in più sarà qualificativo quando però lo passeranno da 1 settimana a 2.
a 2 settimane, è giusto.
Il comandante vuole, diciamo, una settimana non era sufficiente per qualificare, perché noi di solito qualifichiamo il personale con 3 settimane di corso. Perché poi la qualifica è 1 settimana, quindi cerchiamo una via di mezzo, facciamo 2 settimane.
Sì, però è arrivata questa forma un po' anomala, ho detto forse stanno cambiando.
Vabbè, però è giusto secondo me così, 1 settimana.
No, non era giusto farlo all'ultimo secondo, questo
Anche
però,
quello.
per il futuro saranno qualificati.
Anche quello. E poi gli altri colleghi si fanno 2 o 3 settimane, dice perché vuol dire.
Certo, è giusto.
Saranno qualificati i prossimi, però. Questo sì.
Allora partecipo.
Solo questo qui nello specifico è abilitativo.
Un'ottima idea, per cercarlo. E se tutti e 3? Ma questo vigili del fuoco, security cantieri, sicurezza internazionale dei cantieri. E quindi NBCR ci sta, può essere capitale.
Beh, non stiamo parlare di navi nucleari, quindi un tema di cui mi occupo di rischio a livello internazionale. Conoscete la nostra struttura?
Sì. Cioè, per nome, poi un dettaglio che siete su tutto il mondo.
Quindi, il mondo adesso il capo della struttura è il generale Pirastro, che veniva prima era forse il giudice, il dottor Felsi, è stato per tanti anni. Diciamo che non abbiamo sempre una figura istituzionale diversa. Di solito c'è questa cosa, l'Italia, non questa cosa, insomma, siamo nel 75% per le casse delle poste esteri, quindi certo, siamo un sigillo molto, molto forte. E vabbè, come sta andando il master? Guardate, questo è un bellissimo master, c'è tutta la parte, diciamo, pratica, applicativa, molto, molto interessante. Fate al secondo anno quanto più possibile le visite che organizzano di solito, sia Piscop che Vinca Institute, ecco, come quali consigliate? Fatemi vedere se il mio programma principale è... Io sono stato al Vinca e è stato molto interessante. Il Biscop non ci sono andato, sicuramente il Biscop perché è un centro nato di formazione, quindi parliamo delle eccellenze. Non sono stato all'OPCW, può essere interessante. Eh, Però ecco, sicuramente Discord lo farei, anche l'NBC, non so quando quest'anno, l'anno scorso abbiamo portato sì, sia al centro alla scuola interforze di NBC di Rieti che ecco, io stando in Italia e l'amministrazione non me le pagava all'estero, quindi sono andato a quella italiana. E però mi hanno portato, ho scoperto...
Non le pagavano?
Eh?
Non le pagavano?
Me l'hanno pagata una, dice una, attaccati, le altre se vuoi te le paghi, però io, immagino, sì.
Devo dire, detto che le pagavano.
Voi siete meglio, voi andate meglio su questo.
Vediamo un po'.
I colleghi del mio corso andarono molto meglio, loro erano fantastico. Sì, sono più... Ma è anche giusto così. È anche giusto così. No, però loro sono organizzati meglio anche con le missioni, quindi andavano bene, soprattutto poi i militari non ne parliamo. Il settimo reggimento era proprio un po'.
Adesso, vediamo un po'.
Comunque, siamo stati anche al centro vostro di Montelibretti, non c'ero mai stato, io abito lì a Fiano Romano, pensa, se proprio vicino, non sapevo cosa ci fosse dentro, invece ho avuto 2 giornate meravigliose, perché ci hanno fatto vedere, hanno preso una trentina di scenari diversi, Elisabetta, pensa, ci hanno ricostruiti, c'è l'aereo, c'è il tunnel, le case, i condomini, insomma di tutto, perché loro si devono addestrare. È veramente bello, guarda, un'eccellenza.
Mi proprio l'inglese costituzionale su tutto il mondo, penso. Ci stanno tombini fidenti, stavano, quindi lì è bello, sì, una grande scuola, come Capannelle poi.
Come Cavallella, anche là sono andato nel programma del master, sono rimasto a bocca aperta, tu vai là, vedi loro che si addestrano a scalare questi palazzi, fantastico, bello, bello, infatti devo dire, tanti ragazzi, insomma, durante il corso di Giro del Fuoco, veramente in gamba, voi poi siete preparatissimi, siete proprio
Tante cose, ovviamente non siamo provati tutto, ognuno
ognuno ha le sue specializzazioni, però questa è materia vostra e ho trovato tanta, cioè avete fatto già qualche esercitazione, qualche tabletop exercise?
uno, proprio ieri mi sembra.
Ce l'hai in gruppo, con loro sei tranquillo.
Io faccio un po' di difficoltà, quindi stiamo rivedendo, ho fatto un corso adesso di inglese, sto ripassando un pochetto, cioè, ma un po' meglio. Comunque, anche qua ci sono un sacco di persone con gli altri momenti, ci apposta di tutti quanti.
Difficoltoso. Questo è veramente internazionale questo master.
Da una parte di apre veramente, da una parte di apre.
No, guarda, io non me lo sono goduto purtroppo quando l'ho fatto, guarda ancora devo discutere questo. No,
Primo livello e secondo? Secondo
primo
livello.
livello, il boss. Però non me lo sono goduto per motivi
Molto
personali,
È molto lungo.
È molto lungo.
Poi se lavori fai fatica.
Non è un periodo facile,
Se lavori fai fatica comunque a fare
esatto.
tutti questi esercizi, questi compiti per casa.
Vabbè, però sì, godetevelo perché comunque la formazione è elevata. Vabbè, sempre no, nel senso no, lo vedo loro prima.
Ecco, ho mangiato da tutta avanti, sono bello. Dove si porta adesso?
Però,
Prima fare è il bafo, non è tabaccoso.
Una qualsiasi tipo di medicina.
Solo questo c'hai.
Se poi ti il mio però
Possiamo. No,
oppure
ti faccio la gara. Spiegare. Nel famiglia, nel senso che
io lo dimenticavo, infatti,
Perché sono concentrata sull'idea di come loro si devono fare, si devono fare le viene porta come fare invece magari sapere come fare
no, sicuramente
e le cose alla fine
poteva essere infine.
sempre parlare l'inglese perché sennò gliele dà va bene. Queste le tavole
Tecniche.
sì, sono lavorate.
Non lo so, io.
L'orario ci siamo.
Sì, no, ci siamo.
Siamo ancora delle borse, poi guardiamo delle tecniche così.
Una valigetta.
Ma perché?
Non fa vedere qualcosa, mentre spieghi può essere più aiutare l'attenzione per dire proprio il polvericito.
Allora, io ho una diapositiva sola. Sembra, aspetta, non mi ricordo più perché l'ho fatte quasi tutte di sera queste diapositive, quindi questo lo saltiamo, questo. Ecco, l'uso delle polveri, una, questa è generale, qui si parla polveri e pennelli.
No, gliele facciamo vedere dopo.
Io gliele farei vedere dopo, questa è introduttiva.
Va bene, dai.
E poi entro in laboratorio, c'ho la parte chimica, solo due reagenti, un po' più spiegati, che sono questo pure la salterò, non entro per carità, poveracci. E
Il super glue.
super glue, e poi c'ho l'immagine, come si prende un'immagine e basta, e qui finisco. Ma io forse penso un quarto d'ora, sai che non c'ho tanto di più.
Va bene, va bene.
Va bene?
Va bene, guarda, abbiamo mezz'ora per la fine. Quindi io un'oretta e mezza però.
E allora possiamo, se faccio questo lo salto, dai, riparto da qua. Non ci vedo purtroppo. Perché lo fa così piccolo, questo. Non considera l'età delle signore. Non considera l'età, me lo va così piccolo.
Ah, ok. No, vabbè, a tu lo vedi piccolo.
E io
Quindi
loro lo vedo, ma io lo vedo
secondo me c'è il modo, però non voglio toccare
no, forse qualcosa qua, però visualizzo, no, fa niente, leggo. E dopo io le polveri le ho portate, però
sì,
le facciamo fare.
Sì, le facciamo fare.
Casomai quando torno.
Io c'ho anche la carta di bibola, quindi mettiamo un foglio di carta di bibola.
Io mi sono perché mi sono fatta il camice, ho detto, mettimi un camice perché se no non si può. Ma io mi sporco con le polveri e quindi me lo sono fatto fare, però uno solo camice. Però per loro le mascherine, se gliele vogliamo mettere a protezione.
Sì, ricominciamo, grazie. Grazie, gentilissimo. Sì. La faccio io, se no.
Così alle 13 abbiamo.
Sì, avete pausa, pranzo, certo. Sì, no, andiamo. Shall we start? Riprendiamo la registrazione.
Ma forse già c'era.
Già c'è.
Sì. Ok, I restart from the use of powders for fingerprint recovery. Powders develop finger marks by preferential adhesion of fine particles to deposited ridge, the tail. The adhesion of the particle is influenced by the presence of aqueous and or fatty components in sweets, or by sticky contaminants in the mark. It is a physical process that involves applying a dry powder to the item or surface using an appropriate applicator and observing how the deposition of the powders progresses. Powders are most effective on clean, smooth, non-porous surface, which have less affinity for the particles and no surface features to trap them. Some types of powders perform better than others on semi-porous or textured surface. On highly textured or heavy contaminated surface, powders are generally ineffective. Powders are not effective on surfaces which are wet, although they can be used once the item or surface has thoroughly dried. The effectiveness of powders decreases with the age of the mark because we have no more the presence of aqueous component. For serious crimes, scene examiners should consult their forced fingerprint development laboratory staff, as chemical processing might be more effective. There are hundreds of fingerprint powders available for purchase from forensic suppliers that can be used to develop marks at the scene of crime. The majority can be grouped into a small number of three categories relating their chemical composition, particle size, or shape. The effectiveness of the powder is very specific, and the number and the quality of the marks found was depend upon choice of brush. So we have magnetic powders that we use for porous surface, and we use them with an applicator, a magnetic applicator. Then we have metal flake, aluminum or brass based for non-porous surface, and we use a glass fiber brush. And at last we have the granular particle powders, carbon-based, for textured surface, and we use animal hair brush. The powders and with the brush, we have. Ora. Okay, now we can show the different powders and their brush or applicator for magnetic.
So remember what you need if you have a porous surface or non-porous surface. They are different. It's important to have clear this difference.
Okay, this is some examples of non-porous surface like this.
Questo è magnetico. Fogli A1.
This one is non-porous.
Guarda, dopo ci dedichiamo una mezz'oretta, però intanto sì. At the end we will have a small demonstration. You will take the fingerprint, but for the moment we can just have a look. Okay.
There are some examples. This is the brush, the glass fiber brush. No, for niente, like this one. And About porous, che non me l'ha, no, ormai mi sto aspettando. Me l'ha messo in like paper, we have the applicator, like this one, the magnetic applicator. I have not the items with porous surface because it is a paper like book, like
Analysis. Blood analysis.
okay, like this one. Ok, continuo però. Pure questo. Ok. These are powder selection cards.
Sì, prego, prego.
Simona, ti richiamo, sto a lezione. Ciao. Ciao. Non lo leggono. We select the powders based upon the texture of the surface. So if the surface is porous, smooth, or textured. And you can see that we have a different color in powders, and we select the powder upon the type of the smooth surface. Glass, for the glass we use aluminium powders. For PVC we use black magnetic. So every surface has a different particular power. Finally, we are now in crime scene. Finally, we have to take an image of the finger mark that we have enhanced. Images required by the finger mark examiner might be included entirely image to clarify the relative position of individual marks or sequences of marks visualized on the item or surface. The image presented to examiner may appear very differently from the original mark. For example, it is presented in grayscale rather than color, because so that datiloscopist can work better with inverted contrast for fluorescence marks or with the background suppressed for optical means. Now we can enter in finger mark recovery in laboratory to know better chemical processes. The chemical and physical visualization processes used in the laboratory target the chemicals present in finger marks or the physical properties of the finger marks. They can be used to visualize latent marks or further enhance semi-visible marks or items or surface. These three categories are the most utilized in the laboratory. Super glue, it is used on non-porous surfaces, is a ready-made solution, a commercial type with not limiting requirements, and it is available in both fluorescent and non-fluorescent versions. For porous substrates, we have nidine, DFO, and anhydrone solution. These reagents are available in powder form and then we prepare solutions. There are in ready to use solution too. Then we have dye staining, ready to use. It is one of the most effective way to enhance super glue development marks. So when enhance on non-porous surface, we can use super glue, and then we can work more with dye staining.
So use metal deposition.
Sorry?
You also use metal deposition as a with
Um,
to get growth.
Vacuum metal deposition. Okay, we now don't have the vacuum metal deposition in the lab. It is very useful instrument that use the deposition of some metals like gold,
Silver.
silver, and zinc. For different substrate, we can combine these metals. Now this instrument that in the past was really big because it works in vacuum. Now with the new technologies, it is a little smaller, but it is a little expensive. So we wish to have it in the laboratory, but now we haven't. Yes. In these slides, I present the simplest method that we use in the laboratory. Super glue fuming is one of the most effective ways to enhance finger mark. Super glue vapor polymerizes on some latent finger marks to produce a white deposit. This polymerization can be initiated by water and some other latent finger mark constituents like lipids or salts. Salts within finger marks are important as they absorb moisture at high humidity. This is observed as a gradual growth of a white deposit on the surface of items. It is a chemical process that involves exposing items or surface to superglue vapor at high humidity within a specialist superglue fuming cabinet, if possible. Superglue fuming might be detrimental to subsequent finger mark or forensic processing. Superglue fuming produces white marks which can be difficult to see on light or ideally partnered surface. There are a range of optical, chemical, and physical processes that can hide visualization, long-wave ultraviolet reflection, fluorescent dye staining, or powders of different colors. This is a description about the characteristic of a fuming cabinet. What is important is to maintain that relative humidity within the cabinet between 75 and 19%, because it is important that the polymerization is initiated by the water. For this reason, it is important the humidity. Superglue fuming can be effective at visualizing latent marks on non-porous, semi-porous, or adhesive surface. Although the number of marks developed falls as the surface porosity increases. On porous substrates, we use ninidrin or DFO or indention In this slides, I describe ninidine because it is the most utilized in the lab. It reacts with primary and secondary amines contained in amino acids and possibly other components in finger marks to form a characteristic purple colored compound called purple romance. It consists of two ninidine molecules linked by a nitrogen-bringing atom, and the reaction between ninidine and amine is catalyzed by hydrogen ions, acid, and water. So for the ninidine 2, it is important to have a water component. Whilst the reaction rate is increased with heat. Temperature, relative humidity, and time of exposure are critical factors for the effectiveness of the ninidine process, which each depend on the others. Ninidine requires the use of some process-specific equipment for the application of ninidine working solution and for creating the environmental condition required for development of finger mark. Also for the ninidine development, we have a cabinet with temperature and humidity controlled. Finally, when we have a finger mark image, we have to document it. Si sta scaricando. Non so perché. Ok. Faccio. Ok. The image might be a reproduction of what is directly observed by the eye or what is displayed from an imaging system. It is a permanent record that provides a visual reproduction of the finger mark, original or detected. Images might be in electronic form or as a physical records. Now we have mostly electronic form. It is a possible an image enhancement. Processes applied to an image post-capture with the objective of producing an image that improves the ability of an examiner to distinguish rich detail from the background, or to more clearly define fine detail within the finger mark. It is generally applied to digital adjustments to perform on electronic image. See.
Okay, so for example, think about a fingerprint that is deposited on this glass. By a criminalistic point of view, you should document, for example, the entire ambient, entire environment. So with a picture from far, taking all the wall, and then you have to go inside the image and the fingerprints with a metric reference, okay? Because it's important to have a clear reference of that that fingerprint that can be reconstructed. So you can use post-production, for example, software, but just to improve the amount, the dimension of the fingerprint, not, for example, the relation from highness and so on. Or you can use to improve the quality of the image, but not to move the proportion of the fingerprint.
Non lo so spiegare. In realtà la sicetta metrica sul frammento può essere utile anche perché ci sono attualmente diversi studi che vanno a studiare proprio la proporzione, la distanza tra le creste. Non sono usati per l'identificazione, però si sta procedendo anche su una visione olistica per una compatibilità del frammento. Al momento in Italia non sono utilizzati, però la striscetta medica è molto importante. A parte perché AFIS così riesce a fare il confronto, ma anche per dare una visione più complessiva, distanza tra le creste, lunghezza di una determinata caratteristica, minuzia. Diglielo tu.
So the metric reference is really important also because the database use this dimension, the length of the fingerprint and needs to have a metric reference, and also because the distance between regions of fingerprints are important for the analysis of the fingerprint itself. There are also some study about the compatibility of fingerprints with different by an individual fingerprint. But so it's important to have a clear metric reference of the fingerprint.
Non mi va più avanti questo.
Also, I would add that you can modify a picture, but if you have a metric reference, you cannot modify this, no? I mean, if you have the entire picture, if you enlarge the fingerprint, you can modify, but if you have a metric, that it's clear that you can report to the original sites with the metric. Okay, this is really important by a criminalistic view, point of view.
About this matter, for the fingerprint, we have an imaging system to detection from the capture to enhancement fingerprint. In this system, it is available a range of enhancement tools. So we can modify the color or the substrate background. So it is important to keep an audit trail recording any image enhancement carried out since the original image was captured. So we can have this audit trail from the first capture to the finally image that we can study for the identification. So, 2 words about our matter. Because now you have an idea about finger mark detection, but it is important to know that following a CBRN incident, first responders use decontamination procedures to reduce the risk of exposure. And by international literature, the physical or chemical decontamination material affects the quality of latent fingerprint substantially. A reduced amount of rich detail was observed upon decontamination. So we sometimes we have not more finger mark after decontamination. So it is necessary to increase research into a new item decontamination procedures if we want to successfully develop a finger mark on decontaminated items. Okay, I thank you for the attention. Sorry for my English, and so stop my presentation.
la città così.
Quindi, diciamo,
C'è Colomba
abbiamo
collegata.
tenuto un
Puoi fare qua,
rapporto
condividi
tecnico,
schermo.
ma è stato pubblicato perché hanno
Guarda,
fatto
ma già adesso e già in condivisione.
adesso hanno rivalidato.
Devono aprire loro la presentazione.
Appena apro la
E
presentazione
poi è
dovrebbe
tutto fatto,
vedere.
gli esperimenti sono stati fatti, abbiamo scritto il rapporto tecnico, però io quello, diciamo, ho questi cartucci del flash che sono proprio per il touch DNA.
E quindi adesso,
Quindi
appena loro fanno partire la presentazione, dovrebbe
i campioni.
collegato.
Il volume è già...
Volume al massimo.
Basta che accende il proiettore, quindi non devi fare nient'altro.
Ottimo.
E ricordare a Colomba di iniziare a registrare, va bene? Fatele iniziare all'1:50, io fra 10 minuti andavo via. Quindi
Allora, quando fanno
di a Colomba all'1:40 di scrivere sul gruppo al primo livello che all'1:50.
pure io,
Va bene.
quando poi loro
Se non sapete, andate a prendere un caffè?
Volentieri.
quando
Offro
fanno
io
le tesi
di questo master, cinquantina, 60.
sì, primo livello, le tesi di master, quanto sono lunghe? Una sessantina di pagine.
Pagine?
Sì.
Minimo 50, massimo 300. Questo è...
Dicevo io quando mi sono laureata ho fatto 30 pagine. Forse erano esperimenti.
No, grazie.
Pensavo fosse sì, di nuovo. Ah, ok, allora non lo faccio.
Riccardo si è sistemato, lavora per il concorso di NFM dallo Stato 40. Istituto Nazionale Fisica Nucleare, ha vinto il concorso a tempo determinato.
Che c'è stato, infatti, cioè, perché mio cognato, diciamo, lavora all'Enel, ma vorrebbe sempre cambiare, non è contento perché lui si è specializzato, ha fatto tanti anni fuori in una centrale nucleare a Mogozze. Allora gli dico sempre, mi sa che un giorno hai girato proprio un concorso, io glieli giro sempre, perché spero sempre che lui trovi...
Va bene, a me quando me li mandano io li mando sui gruppi a tutti quanti, così magari se qualcuno è interessato o conosce qualcuno.
È un argomento che sta riandando di moda, fortunatamente.
Andiamoli qua.
Senza delle opportunità
Io ecco, inizio il meeting lì alle 15, fino alle 15:30, a tempo delle venire, le 4, arriverò proprio alle 4:30 alle 5.
Adesso.
E
E devo fare il meeting tra 10 minuti, che poi
Bene Sabrina, no? Fate ripartire voi la colombo è già aperta?
Sì.
Deve solo
Già
31. Io sono una
Ah, no, tu c'hai una
45. Che orario è? Ma che orario è? Cioè,
Ma chi le decide queste call?
i coordinatori dei
Chi te l'ha
progetti.
imposta?
I coordinatori dei progetti.
Io vorrei ricordare che c'è stata un'ultima produzione online. Gente, non credo che fare una che no, soprattutto non dovranno stabilire
Vediamo troppe cose.
il volume lo abbiamo messo con Gabriele al massimo.
Ora, la settimana prossima, perché questa settimana c'è la follia del master. Ricordami se tu vedi verso giovedì, venerdì che non c'è scritto io colomba,
Adesso ti
tu
mando
ricorda
che io pensavo di averti mandato un pochino di qualche settimana fa e invece
può darsi anche che tu l'abbia mandato e noi non l'abbia selezionato.
no, è stato il discorso di queste esercitazioni.
Ciao
Ciao Andrea, grazie.
No, me lo
Che
ricordo.
avevo fatto
Me
e...
l'avevi anche detto tempo fa.
Vabbè, no, tranquillo, giusto perché mi sento già in colpa per quello che non ho fatto.
No,
quindi quello che ho fatto.
Ma ti posso assicurare che non sei tu la persona che sta più incasinata.
Non credo.
No, sì.
Sì,
Allora, abbiamo uno studente che ci ha consegnato 2 homework,
ammazza.
edizione prima della tua.
Ah, ammazza.
Quindi mo siamo costretti a chiedergli, devi pagare la mora, perché si deve riscrivere il terzo anno. Pure l'anno.
Faticoso.
Aiutami che Dio ti aiuti.
Perché no devi fare
Sì, sì.
tutto.
No, lui esiste, allora, il corso dura 2 anni, quello di primo livello, perfetto, quindi poi tu lo devi finire in quei 2 anni. Se vai oltre, lo puoi finire, però devi pagare 1.000 euro di mora, perché tu iscrivi a un terzo, come se fosse un terzo anno per il corso. Non ci dispiace, cioè, capito come
Per settembre che c'è oltre a me? Sono previsti dati di altri.
a settembre si c'è qualcuno.
Che giorno?
Io non me lo ricordo, però te lo faccio sapere. Te lo faccio sapere.
L'estate del 100 oggi è veramente grande.
No,
Diciamo che se va lo propongo a... Sai che l'uomo ha
allora. Forse ce l'ho le date, Vediamo un po' se i potenti mezzi.
Idee e metodi, referenze,
Figure
figure e tabelle,
Vedi, fatti aiutare da lei. Scusa.
No, io purtroppo.
introduzione,
No, io sempre
scritta a 13, interlinea 2.
Io poi tendo alla forma tabellare, quindi va bene, dai.
Dai, per forza, sennò...
Buongiorno.
No.
Allora, abbiamo chiesto, forse c'ho
perché
una
poi
notizia
loro-
per te.
no?
Forse, no,
Tanti
perché qua stiamo.
Cioè, tanti moduli si concludono con dei homeworks e sono abbastanza impegnativi farli ovviamente se lavori.
Non è vero, non
E
ce l'ho qua,
quindi,
ma
cioè,
però
tutto questo
posso sapere.
sforzo fatto e non hai
No, no, no,
finalizzato,
è vero, non
hai
allora,
concluso. E
ovviamente.
quindi non so, finiti poi, ho fatto tutte le presenze, ho detto, poi dopo sono andato dove è andato e quindi
Io
no, da gennaio perché devo ricominciare, ho iniziato la 2 settimane, ho fatto sto modulo che mi mancava, gliel'ho mandato.
Se poi oltre di Roma c'è anche un compito scritto
In teoria c'è la parte, sì, c'è vabbè, uno in presenza, ci sono i TTX che fate, almeno 3 io ne ho fatte. Non so, queste TDX, sai, sono toste, cioè, dalla mattina alla sera, poi loro ci portavano questi scenari, fai conto, uno ogni 10 minuti, ma abbiamo iniziato alle 9, abbiamo finito alle 6 di sera. Ho pesato, tutti in gruppo a lavorare, però molto, molto bello. Infatti io ho proposto a grande, lo so. Ho detto, guarda che c'è questo strumento, l'unico che mi ha capito è Fulvio, che prendo in pensione, Fulvio era un po' più avanti. Ho detto, sì, no, questo è figo questa cosa. O pensa per farlo alla scuola superiore. Adesso i commissari, loro gli portano i scenari, che so, investigazione del PG, queste cose qua, gli portano i scenari, li fanno lavorare in gruppo. E tu cioè, stai lì, aspetti, come succede nella realtà, no? Hanno arrestato uno, che cosa fai? Inizi a pensare e a calarti nella situazione, ma in maniera non è un compitino da lì a scrivere con calma, devi anche nel tempo, devi anche prendere decisioni in poco tempo, non puoi mandarla troppo.
Penso a qualcuno che fa
Che è stata noi?
decisioni un po' veloci.
Allora, possiamo fare così, guarda, vabbè, mo mi metto no, mi fermo, gli facciamo fare una pausa, prepariamo le cose, mettiamo una da parte, una dall'altra, fagli vedere un pochino, fagli carta biblia, fagli un po' di impronte, un po' di carta dovremmo rimediare.
Sì, una qua, vabbè, pure un quaderno.
Mm.
Si è scordato. Sì. Ha messo un sacco di superfici semiporose che io non le faccio quasi mai,
Poi so se ne
tipo la corretta del telefono,
Ah,
che non sono né proprio lisce, sono un po' queste plastiche un po'. E lì vanno usate le polveri quelle granulari, col pennello di setole animale.
no.
Però spesso non vengono perché quando poi ci lavori sopra tante volte, cioè questi sono reperti che noi vediamo le esercitazioni, se non li pulisci bene, poi l'impronta non viene. Quindi io se posso evitare non le faccio, perché spesso poi non viene, fai tutta l'esercitazione tu e non viene. Allora devi andare al bagno, pulirlo meglio.
Senti, Fiornetta invece quanto
Infatti non mi perdonare.
ok, non lo so se funziona sempre lo speed. Prova.
L'ho capito il sangue.
Poi a un certo punto ti dice, ah, non è ancora assegnato.
Male che le va.
Se la cliente dice, ancora non assegnato,
Male che le va. Ah,
Va bene, penso che sia.
questo vicino
Che succede?
Dobbiamo mettere il secondo posto. Poi e poi la lei.
No, no, dipende. Se fanno sul pezzo di lunedì oggi,
No, prima di quindi
e quindi allora sì, spiegare che non bisogna
la prossima due persone.
andare in spiega. Quindi dovrebbe essere così.
Sarebbe scandaloso.
Ah, cambia io sono rimasto molto stupito. Noi i giochi, alla fine aspettavo che non mi non so, perché una volta conoscevo tutto così, mi sono ispazionale, c'è sempre anzi, a fare ispazionale, non stai dando può lasciare sì, quelle cose così, ma per lasciare le cose così a vado ispazionale, guarda, qualcuno più basta da qualcun altro. Sì.
C'è responsabilità.
Però poi a Roma è sempre avuto altri
E magari anche un previsto di lavoro. Comunque, io quando giocavo ordinaria ero direttamente quindi quando ordinavo la 15 bambini, quest'anno mi sostituivo meglio per televisione. Posso avere un paio di smoletti, che fanno la luna. Pensa che io vado bene così, però per mantenere loro siamo usciti capito?
invece
No, ma giocando mi porta
no, però effettivamente se avessero l'ordine sarebbe successo un po'. Perché da noi già è successo prima per lo scudino, fosse la canzone ah già c'è la polizia stava già
polizia assolutamente. No, vabbè, ma questo secondo 10 anni. Per 10 anni ormai che non consiglio ci lei un po' e hanno capito c'è nessuno. Io ho detto che prendi specialistica. L'anno prossimo vediamo di là. Brevissimo, ma come no? Guarda, non io sono pure con la difficoltà, già vi ho detto. È bravo, sì, fare le cose giuste che tanti non le sanno le cose giuste. Poi la no, però se mi fai vedere questo.
sulla tecnica, poi gare, E lo so, adesso tu vai a fare, cioè non c'è a ruolo, è superiore, e tu diventi generale e quindi diventi superiore standard. Perché è invariabilità di spesa, quindi sì, perché invece non mettere in
No, allora, la seconda integrazione dalla storia
io mi tiro via, non si può tirare via. Sono visto l'altro non lo so, poi la mia magari mi va a perché se mi sentore.
magari quello è come la scuola a giugno da marzo. Io, mia madre, io non ho mai compiuto la mia figlia, io non sono la busta
io sono un po' di ostilità, ma non voglio cioè, da noi devi approvare. Ora sono quasi 2 mesi, sto cercando un vai in sofferenza, perché un anno ci vuole una velocità, tanto entra, tanto esce, e però già va bene, perché esami 4, non riesco, aspetto che arrivi 2, rientra Maristella. Però ho detto non mi sposo, voglio lavorare, voglio andare a formare, poi mi vengono però no, quindi sono buone prospettive, cioè però l'inizio si fa la cosa dei campionati sul territorio praticamente non ci fai entrare un lato di roba senza filtro, ma non è una lezione adesso però la scuola è io sono io quanto quello che faccio. Quindi, su questo, però certo, poi a parte anche una certa responsabilità, c'è un po' service, e più che altro quando dico io, il caso grosso che mi entra sono di meno rispetto a prima perché no, senza farmi uccidere, anni fa mi posso dedicare, ci vuoi dedicare di più, cioè io la vedo così, poi ti fai magari 20 trascino che sto faccia per il territorio, però non ci devi fare inizio operazione, prendi, ti metti sul flusso di lavoro e quindi inizio operazione fai una cosa al giorno e ti ci dedichi tutto il tempo che vuoi, cioè almeno mi capito anche nell'ottica la qualità della cosa. Adesso no. Perché non ci siamo.
Oh, ragazzi, una promessa è una promessa, 49.
Grazie.
Però
Comunque alla fine.
Facciamo butta dentro e io vado.
vai, butta dentro.
No, così almeno.
Finirei fuori.
Alla fine mi stringeranno.
Ah, poi il cabaret. Poi...
Poi cominciamo.
Allora, poi faccio a vedere se siamo... Ah, ecco.
Ma che mi stai dando ritardo? Sì, ovviamente, perché si ricordava e non mi vedo, quindi... Ok. Comunque ci sei?
C'è qualcosa... facciamo una cosa anche interattiva.
Ok, mi ricambi gli occhiali perché io
Ok,
sennò-
can we start?
Ready to go.
Ok,
Abbiamo un po' di assenti.
ok, allora aspettiamo.
Però ci senti?
Vi sento e funziona.
Perfetto. Lei non questa no, ragazzi.
Ok.
Dobbiamo chiudere l'aula?
Quando arrivano arrivi.
Ok,
Non lo so. No, prendo sempre.
so...
Alla prossima. Noi ci sentiamo.
Grazie.
Ciao, grazie di tutto.
Ciao. So let's start. I'm going to speak to speak you about the lab in which I work. That is Forensic Genetic Lab in the Italian National Police. The Italian National Police has 5 forensic genetic lab. They are settled in Turin, Milan, Rome, Naples, and Palermo. All the lab are accredited according to ISO EAC 17025. Elisabetta already told you that is an important quality standard, an international quality standard. And basically all the lab of Italian National Police are accredited with the same method. Basically, that means that they share the same protocols, the same instruments, same internal validation, and of course, same protocols. So basically, the standard, the quality standard is the same. Is the same in Turin as Rome, basically. This was a choice of the forensic science direction. And it's very important because in this way, a casework, criminal casework can be processed in the same way, both in Rome than in Milan. So you know that DNA, together with fingerprints and forensic odontology, is one of the primary human identification methods. Okay, of course, fingerprint, DNA, and forensic odontology has the same power. They are powerful because they allows human identification, but different characteristics. So, for example, fingerprints are identificative, useful for identification because the fingerprints are different from for each individual, but it is not for DNA. It's true, you know, that for twins has the same DNA, so it's not possible to identify by DNA at the moment, but in the routine case, two twins with DNA. Also, forensic odontology is very useful, but you know that there is no database, for example, for forensic odontology, and it's difficult to have a comparison from forensic maybe is useful for identification, but in a different way, not for criminal case work. Only monozygotic twins are an exception of this fact, so DNA is different from an individual to another, you know. But how much DNA is different from an individual to another? despite what you can consider, despite also considering the physical external physical characteristic of an individual, the percentage of DNA that is different from an individual to another is really small, is 0.1%. Okay, and consider that between a human and a chimpanzee, there is a 96% of similarity. Okay, why is so high this similarity? Basically because the main function of the DNA, which are regulated by DNA, are conserved during evolution. So, for example, the mechanism that regulates a cell, so DNA replication, production of protein, and so these basic mechanisms are conserved from the yeast or the fruit flies to the human. This part, okay? The rest of the DNA, the human DNA, for example, is not coding DNA, and this can be different, okay? So the DNA, you know what it is acid, deoxyribonucleic acid, is present in all the cells of our body, all the cells that have a nucleus, and is organized to form a double helix. This double helix is condensed to form the DNA molecule that is called chromosome, okay? And also the double helix is made by nucleotides. Many nucleotides form a sequence. Nucleotides, adenine, thymine, guanosine, cytosine, okay? I'm not going in detail on this because it's not on DNA, this lesson. Another form of DNA is the mitochondrial DNA that is present in an organelle that is called the mitochondrion and is present inside the cell. Mitochondrial DNA is useful as well, the nuclear DNA, for forensic genetics. We will see later. Another characteristic of DNA that is important by a forensic genetic point of view is that we inherited our DNA 50% by our mother, 50% by our father. So in an adult, we have 22 couple of autosomal chromosomes, totally 44, and one couple of sexual chromosome. So XX for women and XY for men. Okay. When an adult produces gametes, egg and sperm, okay, the adult is constituted by a diploid asset. What does it mean, diploid? Diploid means that each chromosome that we have is present in two copies. So chromosome 1, 2 copies of chromosome 1, 2 copies of chromosome 2, 2 copies of chromosome 3, and so on, okay? So 22 couple, 44, okay? And one couple of sexual chromosome. In an adult, there are 44 chromosome plus 2 sexual chromosome, 46, okay? But when an egg and a sperm are formed, this content is shared by 2. So there is a condition that is called haploid, okay? But when the first cell that is called zygote of the new organism, of the new child is formed, together the diploid condition is formed because the material of the mother is joined with the material, DNA material of the father, and so a diploid condition is again formed. Okay, this is really important by forensic genetic point of view. In the assessment of forensic genetics, there are 2 different types of polymorphism that are analyzed. What is a polymorphism? A polymorphism is a genetic characteristic that is present in different forms, many forms of this genetic characteristic. In forensic genetics, usually are utilized, forensic genetics utilize STR, that means short tandem repeats, that are polymorphism, length polymorphism. So the different form are made by different length. But also there are some polymorphism of sequence. As you can see here, different individual can have different sequence of DNA in certain part of the genome. Okay, forensic genetics looks at these differences, these polymorphisms when analyzed. I will focus on length polymorphisms because they are the polymorphisms that are used in the routine case. Okay, also sequence polymorphisms are used, but less often. So, for example, here are showed a marker of these short tandem repeats. This marker, a marker is a region of DNA that has many forms. Okay, a gene can produce, for example, a protein or maybe a regulatory sequence. Look at this sequence, AATG. This sequence is repeated in tandem, short tandem repeats, many times. And for example, this individual can have on chromosome 3, one time 7 repeats of this small sequence and 10 repeats of this sequence. Remember, 2 copies of the same chromosome, so 2 copies of these markers, okay? So forensic genetics looks at this kind of markers. When we can compare an individual that has on chromosome 3 7 repeats, 10 repeats of this marker, we can see that another individual, for example, can have, for example, 8 repeats on one chromosome and 8 repeats on this chromosome. So individual 1 is heterozygous 710 and individual 2 is homozygous, it means homo, same, characteristic 88. Okay, this is just for one marker. In the forensic genetic assessment, otherwise, all the genome is investigated and there are many markers that are investigated simultaneously. So exactly as a unique combination is created, this unique combination represents the genetic profile that is different from an individual to another. Here you can see a copy of all the chromosomes, 1, 2, 3, and so on, the sexual chromosome. In yellow are the markers that are analyzed during the assessment of forensic genetic. You can understand that if you look at many markers, the combination will be great. The possibility of random match will be increased. If I look to just one marker, just one region of DNA, maybe there can be good chance to have a random match. But if you look to many of these regions, of course, it's easy to understand the combination of random match increase. This is an electropherogram that is a visual representation of genetic profile. Here, for example, you have the marker with the number of repeats that are detected, 16 and 17. So this is the marker, the region of DNA that is analyzed, and 16 and 17 are the number of repetitions that are detected, okay? Again, if you look to 2 different individuals, you will have a combination that probably is different from one to another, because you can have by chance an identical combination like this, STR4, 28-30, 28-30. But if you look at too many of these markers, the probability of combination is really, really small. For example, look at this 27, the kit, because we use kit, commercial kit during the forensic genetic analysis, the commercial kit in these days analyzes 27 different regions. 27 different regions on DNA simultaneously. The combination or rapid mark of random match is really low. How much? If you know a DNA profile, if you know how much the frequency of the detected allele you have detected, the detected allele of the genetic profile, if you know the genetic formulas that are the Mendel genetic formulas, you can use this information to estimate the rarity of the DNA profile. And usually with this kind of kit that uses 27 region of DNA, analyze 27 region of DNA, the frequency of a profile can be 1 to 10 elevated to 29. So 0.00280 and then a number. That is a number very, very small. So the probability of a random match is really, really low. And this is the power of the forensic genetic assessment, because there is, first of all, there is a combination of mathematical and statistic formulas that can be useful in the court, because when you are in the court and you have a match, the importance is important to have a weight of the evidence. Which is the weight of your match? You need to calculate it. And this is the formula that you can have, okay? And it's very important. Okay, questions about this aspect? Is clear? Easy, too easy? Too easy? No, good, okay. Okay. Just to show you, the forensic genetics start here in 1984-85. It was the first case, the first application of forensic genetics to a real casework. But I want to show you how after this fact, the forensic genetics follow the technology in the genetic field, in the medicine and genetic field that are started from the double helix discovery, the PCR, you know what is a PCR, okay, good, and then also quantification and so on. Today we are here, there are DNA phenotyping, that is a techniques we will speak later a little bit, but also rapid DNA technology, that is really important. Okay, just to show you some characteristic of the forensic genetic assessment, I like to speak about this case. That is the first case in which it was used the discovery of this sequence that were the DNA fingerprints. So the discovery of this sequence that were different from an individual to another. So basically, these scientists, that is Alec Jeffrey, discovered that some part of the DNA are different from an individual to another. Okay, it was it happened in 1983, and usually in that period, interestingly, in the same country of England, there were a double murdered that were not answered, was not found the guilty. Okay. So it was asked to this doctor, the scientist, Alec Jeffrey, was asked to help police for investigation in this case. Basically, in this case, these two young girls were kidnapped, raped, and killed by an individual. There were a trace of semen by all the cases, by the two cases. And okay, but at a certain point, a person, a guy, confessed the killer of these two girls. Okay. That was the point when it was asked to Sarah like Jeffrey to help the police. So it was done. The investigation was carried out, and the results was that the semen was from the same person, so the killer was the same, but it was different from the man that was self-confessed. Okay, so the first case of DNA fingerprint application was not was an exonerating of an innocent person. Okay, after that, it started a big collection of blood from many persons from the region, many male from the region, to discover the guilty, but the result was insufficient. So it was not possible to find the killer. And another characteristic of forensic genetics is that sometimes forensic genetics must be supported by traditional investigation. That is an aspect that is really important, and is always should be always in this way. So science can support investigation, but investigation can support also science, because science evidence sometimes needs to be supported by traditional investigation. This is really important. So in this case, it happened that a girl was doing waitress in a pub. There are many men that were drunk, speaking from them, speaking between them, and one man said that he was paid to provide a sample of his blood for another person. This fact arrived to the police, which investigated this person, this Colin Pitchfork, that was the real killer and was sentenced to life imprisonment. So why I like this fact, to tell about this casework. It's important because you have already two characteristics of forensic genetic assessment. First of all, it's important for the identification of the guilty, but also exoneration of innocent. This was a case. Also, there is another characteristic, is a comparison by test. If you have a unknown genetic profile by a crime of sin, you need to compare to what? To something, to another profile, to have an answer. A profile taken, obtained by a sample taken from a man, a DNA database, or DNA from relatives of another person, for example. You can do also relationship investigation. Okay. Also, it is a scientific assessment, so it's objective and robust, because it's possible in some cases to repeat. Also, it's possible to have a standard that is an international standard. There are some publications about the methods that are used, and so this is why it's objective and robust. Okay. So, which are the application of forensic DNA typing? Basically, they can be used to identify offenders in a judicial case. Okay. Also, it can apply to cold case. What does it mean, cold case? It means that sometimes we have cases that are from 20, 30 years ago, when this technology that is nowadays used was not available. So if their items are well conserved, you can try the contemporary technology to apply to that items. Okay. Also, it's possible a key-ship assessment, for example, to check if one person is relatives of another person. You can do this because of the law we spoke about before. We have 50% from the mother, 50% from the father. Okay. Also, is important for missing person and unidentified corpse. In Italy, there are many missing person. Many also sometimes unidentified corpse, human remains that are found. In this case, DNA can help to build a DNA database for missing person because relatives of missing person want to have an answer, and it's necessary to provide them an answer. Okay. Finally, another application of forensic genetic assessment is DVI, mass disaster identification. Italian National Police, also Netherlands Police, have a DVI teams. So many police in the world have a DVI teams because sometimes it happens that some disaster happens, and in that case, the victims should be identified. Okay. For example, last case, Valencia flooding, or Aquila earthquake, tsunami in Thailand. There are cases really, well, the tsunami was an international case in which many police went in Thailand to try to help to identify the many thousands of victims that were. Okay. Many Italians as well. Italian National Police and Carabinieri, if I'm not wrong, also Carabinieri were there and was done a great job. Okay. What forensic genetic assessment is not? Of course, is not, unfortunately, what you see in the CSI series, because above all, we don't have the hammer. Okay, I'm joking, and but because above all, it's not possible, like in CSI, to have unlimited resource. We have to deal with limited resource. Okay, so the assessment is expensive assessment. Need time that uncompressible technical times, and also the personal resource are limited. So you have to deal with this aspect. Also, usually the technical personnel is not always also doing taking in arrest the suspect. Usually they are quite separate field. So there is a technical aspect and then operative aspect. And also all the activity is under the authorization control by the judicial authority. The prosecutor in Italy is the dominus, is called the dominus of the investigation, because he has the power to initiate the investigation. Also, it's not possible to have information on trace deposition time, because despite there are some studies on this, the deposition time and the quality of the DNA detected from an items really depends on the environment. So the temperature, the percentage of humidity, the presence of water, UV, and many factors that influence the DNA permanence in the space. Also, there are no information that you can have by DNA, but we will see that in the last decade something is changed about this. So no information on disease or susceptibility to them. And finally, okay, no information on visible external feature. This is not really true because, like for example, in Netherlands, to investigate a DNA that is obtained by a traces by an item is possible and allowed by the law. The law permit to police to investigate, for example, and find, for example, send the contributor to a blood sample has, I don't know, the color of the hair is black, the color of the eyes is green or blue, and so on. So external visible characteristic can be investigated. This is not possible at the moment in Italy, or is done just by an investigative, can be just for investigative aspect. For example, it's not possible to investigate the DNA database because it's prohibited. Otherwise, some countries like Netherlands are more, we are more conservative than Netherlands. In Netherlands, it's possible. An important thing is that the scientific data obtained must be always contextualized. What does it mean? What I told you before. The scientific evidence must be supported by traditional investigation. Because also if you have very strong scientific data, scientific evidence, maybe sometimes it's not enough. Maybe it's better to have data like reason to perpetrate a crime, or data from, I don't know, electronic investigation, and other things that made a context more strong. It's really important to have this. In the forensic genetic assessment, as I told you, the autosomal nuclear DNA, which is the DNA from the chromosome that are not sexual chromosome, is important to identify a person. They can be used to identify a person because the combination, as already told you, the combination that is done by a genetic profile obtained by nuclear autosomal DNA is used for as identificative. Okay. In contrast, for example, it's possible to analyze only the Y chromosome, so the chromosome that is specific for male, for men. Okay, this is another opportunity, really useful for investigation and for some casework. So basically, do you remember the last slide that I showed with that one in which there were several markers dispersed in all the genome? Okay, in the Y chromosome analysis, only the Y chromosome is investigated. Okay, this is because in certain case has sexual crime, for example, can be important to investigate only the Y chromosome. I'll show you a case and I explain you why. Another important thing is the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that is present inside the mitochondrion. Okay, the characteristic of mitochondrial DNA is that it's transmitted by maternally transmitted DNA. It means that a son has the same mitochondrial DNA of his mother. Okay, and exactly as the Y chromosome is paternally transmitted. So me, my sons, and my father have the same Y chromosome. Okay, so if I test my Y chromosome, the result is the same if I test my son, and so if I test my father, for example. Okay, why is so important the Y chromosome? It's important. Yeah, here there is a slide about this kind of transmission. The Y is transmitted from the father to the son, to the nephew, and also to the other son that is brother of this man, okay? But another man in these three can have a different Y chromosome, okay? So what does it mean? First of all, that this kind of analysis is not identifying because me and my son have the same Y chromosome, okay? The same haplotype is called, not genetic profile, it's called the haplotype for Y chromosome. But this aspect is important for what? It's important, for example, for investigation, because I can check, for example, some DNA database to find people that can share the same chromosome, the same Y chromosome. People that can be in relationship because brothers or cousins, for example. And this by an investigative point of view is a really powerful instrument, okay? So it's also useful in case of genetic mixture between male and female subject, okay? During a sexual crime, usually after a sexual crime, usually the victim goes to the hospital to receive first aid care, okay? In that case, swabs are taken from the intimal part of the victim, unfortunately. And this swab usually you can find if there is violence and in certain circumstances, you can find the DNA of the victim because the swab is taken from the victim, DNA of the victim and DNA from the perpetrator, okay? In that case, you will have, looking with a nuclear autosomal analysis, you will obtain what? A profile that is a mixture of two different persons, the victim and the perpetrator. But if you use the Y chromosome analysis, you exclude the victim DNA because the victim has not a Y chromosome. And you will have a result that is specific of the perpetrator. And this is really important. This is done all the times in sexual violence casework. Okay. So the presentation on spot, there are some real case that I wish to show you and discuss with you maybe. This is the first case, and this is a robbery, violence, and sexual assault. In this case, the victim reports that while she was parking, she was assaulted in her car by a masked man, which was also wearing a plastic gloves, no physical clues. So the victim said, I don't know how was the perpetrator because I have no chance to view him, to see him. Also, he was wearing gloves. So it was really bad crime because this person was thinking before to do it. Okay. He forced her to undress and suffer some groping in the private part. In the end, he beat her on the chest, hit her hardly, and then ran away. Fine sent to the lab. Victim clothes, swab taken from the car, a small part of the gloves he was wearing, and the swab taken from her skin where she was bitten. So here there is the part of the gloves that was lost during runaway, and then a swab that is taken from the chest of the victim. Okay. What was obtained? By the piece of gloves, there were done two traces, A and B, outside and inside. There was obtained for both of the traces a mixture profile of two contributors. Major contributor by the victim, plus a male. So I didn't show you a mixture profile, but we will see later because I have a slide. A mixture profile has not the same utility of a single profile. I show with you a single profile. It's really clear. a mixed profile is not so clear and not possible to use to identify the person. You have to do biostatistic analysis as another kind of weight of the evidence. Anyway, but here, I mean, this is reasonable because you have the victim, you have the perpetrator, so you expect a mixed profile by the two person involved. But if you use the Y chromosome analysis, as I showed you, you obtain the haplotype of just the man because he excluded the DNA of the victim, okay? So it was obtained for this, for the gloves, and for the cutaneous swab, okay? This haplotype can be compared with the haplotype of a suspect, if you have. But if you don't have, what you can do? You know, if you have a suspect, you can compare one by one. If you don't have a suspect, maybe you can look at the database. Okay, so the database was searched, and the match was obtained because with a man that was he made in the same period another sexual assault with the same modus operandi. It was the same. And after that, the comparison of his DNA confirmed also the presence as a contributor of the mixed profile. So this is the important things, the importance aspect of Y chromosome analysis. Okay, let's have a look to the workflow in the case of crime involving forensic genetic analysis. Usually, all start in the crime scene. At the crime scene, there are some Italian National Police as a specific team that are present in all that offices that I showed this morning. Do you remember regional, provincial, and other offices? All of them, most of them, as a crime scene team, specialized for crime scene analysis, okay? In that occasion, items are collected and sent to the lab. Who is the owner, the dominus of this phase? The judicial authority in Italy, the prosecutor, okay? You know that in Italy, at least for Italian, for forensic genetic, both Carabinieri and Italian National Police made basically the same things. So if a crime happen, the police, Italian National Police, that is a civil force, and Carabinieri, that is a military force, can arrive at the crime scene. And so the judicial authority can send them the items to the lab of Carabinieri or Italian National Police. In this kind, we are kind of positive. There is a kind of positive competition between them, between us. The items are sent to the lab. So, Forensic Science Police Service, the lab I show with you, Milan, Rome, Palermo, Naples, and so on, and also the Carabinieri lab, but also to private and academic labs. The characteristic of our judicial system is that this kind of assessment must be conducted in a particular way. This is completely different from most of other countries in Europe or in the international field. Because in Italy, when you start to work on this kind of items, because of our system, I told you, all the parts involved must be notified of the exam, of the assessment. Also, they can participate. They can also participate to the analysis. So the prosecution and the defense. For example, if one person is investigated, it can send lawyers or technical consultant to visit to see the analysis conducted. This is a particular aspect and is done because there is a kind of guarantee for the person that are involved. But of course, this make the system very slow, because when we make an assessment, fingerprints, DNA, we need to notify all the person involved at least 15 days, 15 giorni, 15 days before. Okay. So we have some rules that must be, we must follow. So some principles of the crime scene investigation, but this is not focused, this lesson is not focused on crime scene investigation. Just to remember, we already have seen them this morning with Elisabetta. The important principle of crime scene investigation is isolation and containment of the scene, photo, video, temperature, audio, documentation, search and acquisition of finds and traces for all these analysis, and of course, chain of custody. These principles are important to be taken in mind. In all the analysis of forensic genetic assessment that starts from crime scene to the lab, the personal protective equipment are really important. Their main function is to protect the operators from the scene, because you can work with blood, with other biological traces, virus, bacteria, and so on. But of course, to prevent the scene from the operators. Okay, you know the principle of Locard, no? Locard, the principle, it says that there is always an interchange of material between an operator and the traces and so on. This is basically the base concept of criminalistic. And this is important to prevent this exchange, to prevent the scene and to prevent the operator. Also because by a forensic genetic issue, by a forensic genetic point of view, the contamination is really a problem. You can contaminate with your DNA a scene simply by speaking, because when we speak, there are some aerosols, they are demonstrated. There are very nice video, if you look on internet, about this. And in saliva, you can find some cell, the cell from mucosa. And this cell contains DNA. So you can contaminate the space around you when you speak. Also, with the touch DNA, so touching a surface, you can leave your DNA exactly like your fingerprint. Okay, the DNA can stay inside. There can be some free DNA, some cells, and so you touching a surface, the DNA can be transferred to the surface. Finally, the sweat can contaminate a space or an items. This kind of transfer is called direct transfer, which is the way to prevent this direct transfer. We already seen the use of PPE. Okay, so which is the correct PPE to use in a forensic genetic assessment to the crime scene? You will to use I don't know, a cuff, which is the well, something to cup, not cup, a cuffia. Okay. Well, something to prevent that your hair are lost on the crime scene, that you have to use gloves, and of course mask, and also wearing coat. Okay. But there is also indirect or secondary transfer. What does it mean, secondary transfer? It means that if you use gloves, okay, and you touch glass that was on a crime scene, and then after that you touch, for example, a knife that is already in the crime scene, you can transfer that the DNA that was present on the glass to the knife. By a criminalistic point of view, you will move the DNA from the glass to the knife. Basically, you are changing the dynamic of the crime, because if someone have a glass of wine with the victim before he was murdered, it is not a crime to have a glass of DNA. But if the DNA is found on the knife, that is the weapon of the crime, well, this has an important aspect. You are changing completely the dynamic, and this new evidence is wrong. It's an artificial evidence. Okay. Question about this? Clear? Okay. So for this reason, okay, since contamination is not possible to be eliminated, in the lab, all the lab, also accredited lab, contamination is an issue that cannot be eliminated completely. There is always a small percentage of possibility that contamination could happen. So all the lab are organized with DNA elimination database. What is this DNA elimination database? Is a database, multi-DNA database, in which all the genetic profile from the staff of the lab is uploaded. When you have from a casework, real casework, a DNA profile, a known DNA profile, this unknown DNA profile is searched for DNA database just to look for contamination. Okay? Do you want a small break? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Grazie. Non sono molto
Comunque è un argomento tecnico, quindi
sono venuto a luglio dell'anno scorso, qui erano dei medici del Bahrain, mi sembra. Allora, stati molto più interessati, però evidentemente c'erano già una base di partenza, però proprio abbastanza abbastanza validate, dai.
sì, sì.
Però regali non c'è qualche livello.
Secondo me farebbe la fine dello scritto perché
Quelli non si aspettano neanche mai di vederlo. Penso sia più. Guarda che reperti ti stanno andando a Roma.
non di tutti.
La ricerca delle impronte.
In fronte?
Solo io non posso dirgli di no perché ormai la delega c'è. Io non me la sento. Cioè, poi non si fa mai.
Allora, io ho notato che prima stavo su Roma, che c'è una differenza abissale tra Roma e Bologna, che lavora male, ma fa una selezione dei reperti, fanno delle cose, cioè loro quello non avrebbero mai mandato. Loro avrebbero tagliato un pezzo e mandato alla campionatura. per dire, avrebbero fatto impronte, ma no, a prescindere da questa cosa di fare accertamento sul territorio o meno, avrebbero fatto così, cioè loro, no, c'è una macchina, ti mandano 2 campionature fatte sul volante, Roma ti manda le G5 campionature più i reperti che trovano tra la macchina.
Dirigenziale, perché
È proprio a livello dirigenziale, è uguale, Fancona.
Io dico, ma basta prendere campionature, cioè, fermatevi, fate. No, 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 non dovreste assolutamente. Noi dobbiamo avere, abbiamo questa indicazione, dobbiamo fare il prelievo.
Ma appunto è dirigenziale, però tu capisci che allora Bologna lavora in un modo, Bologna non è un'eccellenza perché ne fanno le cazzate, Pierina, però almeno su quello a noi ci aiuta tanto. Cioè,
Bisogna tirare fuori delle linee guida. Chi è che avevo parlato di queste linee guida? Mi ricordo che c'era uno studio, era fatto da non mi ricordo se francesi o belgi, lingua francofona, che avevano fatto proprio uno studio di possibilità di successo rispetto a dove fai le campionature,
tipo macchina,
tipo macchina.
fanno una statistica.
E avevano fatto questo studio dimostrando appunto che la riduzione, notevole riduzione di campionature fatte nel posto in cui hai una maggiore probabilità di avere il profilo.
I guanti, noi siamo partiti con 6 guanti, 6 campionature per guanti, io adesso ne faccio 2. Cambia niente. Cioè, tu puoi farne anche C10, ma quello che tieni è sempre la stessa cosa. Può cambiare, che ne so, uno maggiore, se è un misto, magari uno maggioritario, l'altro un po' meno maggioritario, ma
Secondo me la macchina ti può andare pure di fortuna, no? Perché tu che ne sai quello. Quindi tu lo accetti il rischio di perdere, però guadagni talmente tanto in termini economici e di quanti casi puoi fare, che secondo me alla fine accetti il rischio di perdere i figli. Cioè, se in una macchina ne fai due, mio figlio, il cambio e lo specchietto, lo dico per dire, o il volante e il cambio, cioè basta. Poi, così puoi fare 10 macchine, invece tu facendo 10 campionature in tua stessa macchina, alla fine ne fai uno. Scusa che ti rispondo. Simone? Oh, dimmi. Secondo me ti conviene scendere al ponte della metro, Simone, perché il 495 puoi fare un giro di peppe. Ok? Ciao. Mio figlio mi chiama per le cose più assurde. Questa è una previsione di traffico. Mi conviene scendere e prendere la metro o mi conviene rimanere sul lato?
è meglio, dai. Dai, è carina questa cosa.
Ti serve un caffè?
No, io ho superato il mio massimo.
Io già alle 9 di
Grazie.
mattina lo supero il mio massimo, quindi.
Io sto battendo nuovi record ogni giorno.
Vabbè, aiuta. Qua, ma è per il master sta battendo il suo record.
Diciamo che sul lavoro mi tengo, ormai sono anni che
Ma lavora a Roma o
lavoro a Trieste.
a Trieste?
Da anni cerco di stare nei 4, dopo le 2 non smetto. Qui si perso un pochino.
Qui anche un po' l'ambiente è un
Sì.
po' così caldo, vattato, fa venire sonno forse.
Poi tornare in università mi riporta ai tempi in cui ne perdevo 10. Quindi.
E quindi niente, viene qui per le settimane. Vabbè.
Sì, in realtà abbiamo fatto 2 settimane a febbraio, 2 settimane adesso. Si lavora la sera per recuperare tempo perso, e faremo una settimana dovrebbe essere in settembre. Così sono la partecipazione non tutte raccomandate delle
Sì, almeno 2, quando l'anno che abbiamo fatto noi ci diedero la possibilità di farne almeno 2.
di farlo.
No, ma sono interessanti tutte e 2, tutti quanti. Buon caffè.
Grazie.
Questa-
Eh?
L'argomento insomma è complesso, però questa possibilità, no?
Sì, 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 no, è bello, è bello. Infatti è un peccato, adesso mi ha chiamato. Quest'anno non c'è nessuno dei vostri, no, c'eri, no, che ha detto.
Non c'è nessuno.
Non c'è nessuno, sì. E il direttore no, non va nessuno.
L'anno scorso 3 ne hanno andati. Vero, l'altro, cioè,
Hanno saturato le persone che volevano fare controlli.
però è pieno, cioè almeno la biologia è pieno, sono arie che smangano i ragazzi giovani, tutti. Quindi sai, alla fine anche che altro c'hai tu, le premialità? Niente. Quindi noi con coesioni perse, perché tu, sì, è vero, te li sottrai, eccetera. Cioè, allora, commenta su queste cose, cioè lei non la fa.
Poi lei invece è stata
No, lei dice che lei non andava da nessuna parte. Lei dice lei non andava da nessuna parte, perché dai, vai tu da qualche parte internazionale. È in giro!
è appena arrivata per mandare in America, non mi ricordo che al congresso che ha fatto. È arrivato poco, da pochissimo. Poi gli fu fatto fare, mi sa proprio questo master, no? O un corso, direi.
Cioè, anche fuori queste cose.
No, no, quello di Gianni Lorenzo se l'è pagato da sola, quello di Giardina.
È quello, dice che è vero, dice sempre.
Beh, sarebbe potuto pagare.
No, no,
Non era
per
dopo.
carità.
Mi pare proprio un CBRN lei ha fatto.
Infatti
Lei
ce
ha
l'ha.
fatto il DVI pure qualcosa, no?
Sì.
Quindi,
Però per me, vedi, che bello del nostro lavoro si limita a queste cose, cioè, e anche queste cose, perché se no sta sempre a routine. No,
è l'unico modo in cui tu puoi dare un riconoscimento a una persona. E tutto sommato è quello che io rimprovero a tutti i superiori che ho avuto.
Senti, hai riconosciuto quel caso, no?
Io ho capito, io ho fatto la macchina.
Hai fatto il pronto?
Noi non abbiamo trovato, cioè abbiamo trovato l'impianto,
Ma in realtà io non l'ho detto,
lei?
in realtà è stata brava, cioè noi il giorno prima abbiamo fatto un match e il giorno prima se ne è accorta la collega della mobile, cioè lei aveva visto già il modus operandi e abbiamo detto perché non controllare? Infatti, prima ancora del match ci mandarono
Il confronto di questo.
di richiedere il controllo dei cadaveri. Se non sbaglio. Tizio, non crediamo, in quel caso l'avevano inserito, non li inseriscono di default, nei casi di violenza sessuale lo fanno. Noi non siamo accreditati, ma avevamo interrogato, io avevo interrogato sia per l'Ipsilon che per il maggioritario, se non sbaglio. Ora, non sai la cosa della concentrazione, non l'inserimento. E ha fatto match. Quindi, e lui l'ha servito perché l'ha analizzato il servizio di cui ha fatto. Sì, guarda. Però loro sono usciti, siccome c'era stata violenza, quindi lui aveva più calcio, forse c'era il liquido seminale addirittura. Quindi,
Questa no, lui non
no, questa no, questa l'ha solo colpita. No, no, credo di no, lui
Sì,
si
sono
è
arrivate.
scappato. Ah, è arrivata l'amica?
Sono arrivate le amiche perché lei non tornava. Sono arrivate e le amiche le hanno visto scappare. Noi trovammo delle impronte, però non sono state utili, chissà chi è. Fuori sicuramente avevo fatto fotografare e dentro mi pare che erano piccole, quindi probabilmente erano di donna. Non è stato niente di- Però sono contenta che a caso proprio
Intenta l'hanno preso.
sì, quello faceva danni. Poi con i guanti.
Volevo andare con i guanti, con la felpa tirata su e la maschera, quindi era proprio un predator, no? Predatore. Non partiamo, dai. Ah, ma io penso di stare in tempo.
Devo scrivere sto Voltarelli.
Ah, Voltarelli, che dico? Ho visto l'ML2, tu c'hai dell'ML2, no?
Noi abbiamo il vecchio. Noi abbiamo il vecchio.
Il 2.
Noi abbiamo quello prima del vostro.
Ah, mo c'è il Pro.
Sì.
Visto?
No.
Praticamente, dai, una cosa così è un po' più grossa, è proprio un mammozzone, una cosa così grossa che tu la passi sopra i reperti, lui scansiona con tutte le luci possibili
te le fa vedere, cioè, te le fa vedere, quindi tu scegli invece che stare a provare questa donna. Fantastico.
Io adesso in acquisto ho messo il vacuum metal deposition, vorrei tanto. Vabbè, non lo vedrò, però secondo me il laboratorio senza quello strumento veramente è antico ormai.
Io non sto scherzando.
Siamo? Ok. Sì, non è un problema. No, no. No, no. No, no, non c'è nessun problema, no.
No, anzi.
Anzi. Okay, shall we start? So maybe we can stop a few minutes before the end of the lesson. Okay, so we have seen the elimination database. Here are some devices for acquisition of biological traces, okay, that can be useful on the crime scene. Of course, some vials, knife, single-use devices. But, for example, now, a demonstration of the fact that the market, it's many commercial companies are following the market of forensic genetic field. There are a number of devices that are specifically taught for forensic genetic field, and for example, for acquisition of biological traces. For example, these are swab that are with the shape, a particular shape, for example, for subungual acquisition or by bottle acquisition. This is just to demonstrate that there are many possibilities and opportunity. By the principle of the crime scene analysis was the chain of custody. Who wants to spend a few words about the chain of custody? Dai. So, few words. So, the chain of custody is the demonstration of the quality of an item that must be conserved from the crime scene to the lab. If you take an item, the chain of custody, and this item has many passages, these passages must be documented. So basically, usually are used the plastic bag, which have some characteristics. For example, tamper-evident mechanism, tear resistant with security sealing, a unique number just to identify the plastic bag. And this is possible. These plastic bags are recommended if the item has no water inside, because the water is something that can help degradation of DNA, because the water is necessary for the growth of what? Of bacteria, fungi. Bacteria and fungi produce some enzymes that are called the DNases, and they can cut the molecular of DNA. Okay, so basically, when you are at the crime scene and you have an item, it's important to avoid water in the evidences, because water can produce the developing of fungi and bacteria that can cut the DNA, degrade the DNA. Degraded DNA can be not of use, cannot be useful. In this case, when water, so for example, a shirt full of blood, wet blood, can be acquired, you can use in this case a paper bag envelope that helps the drying of the water that is present on the item. Okay, this is really important things. So chain of custody means the origin of the item, of the finds, but also the quality of the finds. Both of them must be conserved and documented. So here you have the entire forensic genetic analysis workflow. It is pretty complex, okay? It starts here from the crime scene. Then the items are sent to the lab. And then there is the inspection and sampling of the items sent to the lab. In this part, there is the technical analysis of item and traces. Then if a result is obtained, a comparison with the person of interest or a database. And then, in the case of it, a biostatistical analysis. After that, elaboration is sent to the prosecutor, and then in the end, the testimony in court. Because, at least in Italy, an evidence is an evidence only in court when there is oral deposition by the expert that have done that analysis. Also because in court there is a parity and there is a contraposition between defense and prosecution. Okay, they can challenge, both of them can challenge the expert and question the expert. Okay, the phase of inspection and sampling. In this case, so in the lab, the items that are sent with a plastic envelope arrives at the lab. A team inspects the items wearing all the personal protective equipment. And so in this phase, the expert must just think, to reason how the item was used, how to find the traces. For example, in this case, if I'm not wrong, this was a robbery with this object, and then there was the blood of the man that was the victim. So you can look for the victim, of course, but maybe you want to find trace of the perpetrator. So you have to reason and think about how to find all the traces that you want. This part is really important. And also you need to do hypotheses of the dynamic of the crime. Okay, which are the biological materials useful for the assessment of forensic genetics? I told you the DNA is present in all the cells of our body. So all the cells of our body can be used for the genetic assessment. So blood, basically, semen, saliva, epithelial cell, fabrics, hair, teeth and bone are particularly useful for human remains when you have human remains, because the bones, the DNA extracted from the bones is protected by the bone. The teeth also is a good material because can provide DNA to identify a human remain. Okay, because after many years, because the enamel of the teeth can protect the DNA that is inside. So basically the DNA is left and found in all the cells of our body, and so it's so easy to leave a trace of DNA on the crime scene by the perpetrator, but also by the operator, and that again the problem of the contamination. So here are some example of typical items: semen, saliva, on cigarette butts, of course, human remain, hairs, very useful, and touch DNA. What is touch DNA? Touch DNA is the DNA that is left when something is touched by a hand, for example, because some biological material is transferred, and so some cell or maybe the free DNA is transferred to the object touched. So basically, in case of, for example, this gun, usually what we do is just to think about how to find the DNA of the person that was handling this gun. Okay, and if we have some smooth surface, well, in that case, fingerprints are useful. So usually we use surface, we are going to swab for DNA surface that are not useful for fingerprint. This is a criminalistic aspect really important. You need to optimize the analysis. If a fingerprint is possible, do fingerprint. In other case, do DNA, that is much complex as an assessment and also expensive. Okay. Case study 2. So this was a case study, real case study, of course, and it was a fake device, explosive, improvised explosive devices that was found in a court. It was a fake, but really well done. It was a fake, but was really well done. So it was made of this pack with a material that is used to play child, il DAS. In Italy, I don't know. Anyway, it's a plastic material used for some play of child and so on. And it was enveloped in this way with a plastic bag. Then there were some cable, a clock, okay, and then some cable, and it was left in the bathroom of the court. So it was really important to understand who was. It was a threat, and a signal to the court. Okay, what we did was to take sample and swab from here, you know, the cable, from also the small part plastic that are used to set the clock. Okay, so very small part. Also on the adhesive that was used to pack this envelope. Okay, what I believe, so it was obtained an unknown man, a profile, unknown genetic profile. I believe that since it was not used in all the clock, it was not obtained the genetic profile by the clock or by other, or the plastic packages. I believe that this person was using gloves, but to use the adhesive probably was impossible with the gloves, so he removed these gloves, and so DNA was found on this. This is not to show you how much we are bright. We are not bright, we are doing just our work, but just to show you the powerful of this, because also if you touch a small plastic part like this wheel that is used to set the clock, you can find a genetic profile. Okay, just this part, really less, very few amount of DNA. We need for to have a genetic profile few cells, the DNA that's inside few cells. How much? 150 picograms of DNA are enough to obtain a genetic profile. How much is picograms? You know, you have gram, then you have micrograms, 10 to 3 then you have 10 to 6 milligrams, micrograms, nanograms, and picograms, 10 to 12. So the 12th part of a gram. Okay, it's very small amount of DNA. This is because of PCR, the chain polymerase reaction that is amplifying the DNA. We will see. Okay, by traditional investigation, man 1 was finally identified in an old man that has been recently convicted for a minor crime. Okay, so in this case, the man was not in the Italian DNA national database because he has not committed crime in all his entire life, but it was identified by traditional investigation. An oral swab taken from the man identified the two DNA confirmed. Okay, so not always the biological traces are visible. In some cases, you can use, exactly like fingerprint, you can use forensic light to identify some latent traces, biological traces. This is because when you use light to hit biological traces, the light is absorbed and re-emitted with a different wavelengths. That means basically that you will observe and you will have an exaltation of the latent biological traces. There are many devices that are portable or are for the bench. You can use the blue color, the green color, orange, red. They are specific for certain biological traces. For example, I don't know, look here. Body fluids can be visualized by UV, violet, blue, for example.